Oh boy, Cam needs some fixing. All right, give me a sec. I'm sure the mic is working. Cam needs some work though. All right. Let's see. Ugh, come on. Oh, nope, nope. Set that there. That. Do this. Oh, not that. There we go. Apply. Deactivate. Reactivate. There we go. I think we're good. Blaine, what's up, man? All right, so this is the first stream that I did some. I literally pulled it like after I had my last crash from on Tuesday stream. I basically just got like I just kind of rage quit like my PC in general, and basically pulled apart my entire PC to kind of figure out if there's anything that's going on like in my system that's causing more crashes than I really should have. And to come and find out that I might have had incompatible RAM stick. Despite it being the same brand, DDR5 RAM is extremely more finicky when kind of, not getting the exact same type of RAM. So my first two original sticks was one type of brand, and I got an additional stick, 16 gig or whatever. It was by the same brand, but it might have been like a slightly different model, even though it was like the same timings and speed and whatever. And I was like, you know what? Let me remove that. And it was also a single rather than a dual. Yeah. So the one that I bought was a ST instead of a DT. And of course, when you have 3 instead of 2 in your system, that can cause some incompatibility issues. But I didn't think about it because I wasn't getting like any blue screens or whatever, which is usually kind of like one of your first signs of something's going on with your RAM or GPU. And like I knew it wasn't the GPU, so I was like, okay. So I took out that stick, and I have just the original that I got when I built the system, which is pretty much I'm back to 232 gigs. So I'm hoping that was solve the issue, but it kind of sucks though, because I kind of had that literal one additional RAM stick for like almost a year, over a year now. It has been over a year now. So I'm wondering if that was what was causing the additional crashes. So I guess we're about to find out tonight and see if I actually get an actual crash tonight. So that will definitely let me know. So anyhow, by the way, I got a mythic prankster Nightmare Dungeon key if you want in, Raven. And actually anybody in your chat. I'm gonna turn back on my crossplay. You gotta buy the same bins and RAM at the same time. Any difference can be huge. Yeah, it wasn't. But the thing about it is that it wasn't that big of a deal with DDR4 and DDR3 RAM. Like you can literally have like, I mean, you can mix them, like you can just go ham on like 4 different types of sticks, and it was fine as long as it was like similar speeds. But it can be different brands and whatever's, and you would do fine. But DDR5 is like, nah, bro, we ain't doing that mix and match shit no more. But it's so weird though, because again, it was the same as that brand, same speed. It gets the ST instead of a DT. ATF Deb was going, you said T4? Yeah, of course T4. So we'll see if I have any encoder issues now, because like I guess that also kind of makes sense why my encoder always seemed like it was always like overloaded, because it was reading the ST, because it basically on my RAM kind of read down to the single RAM stick instead of like all three. It didn't want to like, you know, recognize all three at the time. So that explains that. Like right now, I'm not getting any encoder overload whenever I'm going to loading screens, which is, I'm hoping this this is the fix. We'll see. Man, I was contemplating making the character yesterday, but ended up instantly closing battle. I've been playing a little bit of Heroes in the Storm on the side because they buff False Dead. So I can't like not play the, you know, the new buff False Dead. Literally, I have like, how many games I have on False Dead? Like 2,800 games on False Dead. So I couldn't like not play Fall. I couldn't not log in to play some False Dead. You used to play with the Snorri too? Yeah. So actually, the funny thing about it is it rookie numbers? The funny thing about it is that like Heroes of the Storm gets pretty regular patches. Like it gets updates like it's, you know, like a seasonal game or something. Like, you know, like they do new like seasons every 3 months, 2.5, 3 months or whatever. They do balance changes all the time. They change up like how the game, like they did some map changes and some tower changes and stuff like that. Like they update the game as if the game is like active. Now the game does have like a small community that is still like loyal and play, but you know, it's not like super active, but enough for you to actually like play games. So like it makes you wonder, because like honestly, Heroes of the Storm gets more frequent updates than Diablo 4 does. In terms of like consistency, which is actually quite interesting. Now Diablo 4 puts out more content. Don't get me wrong. Like like Diablo 4 puts out more stuff, but the consistency is actually on Heroes of the Storm side, which is actually kind of crazy. Heroes of the Storm is funny. They killed competitive, then decided Heroes of the Storm wasn't popular enough, so they put it on life support, and then the players refused to quit playing it. Yes, a rogue in this season. Yeah, I'm a rogue main, so, and I do the guy writing for Maxroll for rogue, so I play rogue regardless. The only time that I would not start rogue, there's only one thing that has to happen for me to not start rogue that season, and that is if they, for whatever strange reason, brought in Demon Hunter for Diablo 4. If they did that, I am instantly abandoning rogue and giving up all my guides to someone else. That is the only time I think I would like actually play or start another class first for the season. Isn't there an unknown upcoming class? Yes. It's probably, from what I hear, is like a darkish type class. So, you know, Paladin's light. So I guess they have to balance it with darkness. I mean, Demon Hunter technically is you know, hatred, darkness sort of thing. But like the new map and stuff is like, you know, kind of involving like Skovos or whatever. That's the new area. And Skovos is like home to like the Amazon. Is it Amazon? Amazons, right? So like Yeah, so I don't know how they're gonna. I don't know what they're gonna do with that. Are they ever gonna go back to the old rapid fire? No. I've been begging and pleading and whining and complaining and raging about it in my feedback, and I think at this point they just probably ignore me. At this point, they're just kind of like, yeah, he's gonna complain every season. Damn right I am. You ruined what was at the time my favorite skill to play. Also, if they're brought in Frosted, he will quit. You know what? You know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Anyways, Raven, you want to join in? Anybody else want to jump in for a mythic pranksters nightmare dungeon for 5 free mythics? I'm not charging anybody anything, just the first person to say me. Is it T4? Yes, sir, it is T4. I would not be running this on before. You never done one with the lead hero, the gamer? Okay, cool. What's your gamer tag? And Joves? So Joves and ulti hero? Oh, you can't. You still T3? Okay, gotcha. I'm level 1. Can I apply for this position? You Heart Seeker in them? Yeah, Heart Seeker's nice. I chose not to do Heart Seeker or min-max Heart Seeker as early this time around. I always min-max it first and then do like Rain and then go follow from that point. But I played so much Heart Seeker the past couple of seasons that I kind of wanted to do Rain. And now with sanctification and how my sanctifications like suck ass right now, and it's hard to get the ones you want. I just don't have the time to really try to like min-max more than one build. So I'm kind of gonna stick to Rain for a while, and then I guess when Tower comes out, hopefully I have like decent enough sinks to see how far I can like go with Rain and then do something else. Sorry, I already got the 2 people already. Joe or Ulti Gamer, you there? Flip this. Yeah, turn your crossbow back on. Yeah, I normally keep mine off, but normally everyone else keeps theirs on, so I just kind of, yeah. But I said, may I join? I already got 4 people already. $20 billion per run. Let's go. Yeah, I don't really care about any of that, to be honest. At least not right now. I run stuff for it. Oh yeah. Clip this is awesome, man. I love his community and like the things that he does. All right. Is it this one? There we go. Yeah, man. No problem. I'm glad I can help. This is actually the very first night. This is the very first Mythic Prankster Nightmare key I've actually gotten this season. Usually people have invited me to theirs. Like my friends have invited me to theirs. So I'm like, well, it's time for me to give back. Also, Blame. Have you seen what they done to our beloved Heartseeker for a push? You've been following, right? You have not seen? Yo, check the Helltide leaderboards, man. And also check the guide. Check the Master guide. Check what I was forced to write. Check what I was forced to write. Like, it hurt my soul writing that pit push version. I was so hurt. I was even like mildly sarcastic in my wording in terms of explaining it. Well, technically it is the GOAT. It really is. Still. Right? It's just that like the way you have to play it this season doesn't feel, operate, or even look anything like Heartseeker at all. At all. In terms of the push, but like I would never do that. I actually kind of created a ranged version of it, but I'm kind of keeping it under wraps for now, so I can actually get some sanctification and stuff like that going on. But yeah, we're running. You got to run like Heartseeker with momentum key passive. We don't necessarily have to technically, but you should if you want a smoother, quote unquote, smoother experience. Then you have to stack 9 stacks of momentum before you can really like play the game. And you gotta do it with Flurry, obviously, of course. It's awful. It is absolutely awful. I mean, literally, you might as well like start adding some random shit to it. But the thing about it is that like the whole purpose of the way that it's played now is to abuse a bug with Shadow Clone. So apparently, if you, and this is something that has been the case for a couple of seasons, but only like a few people knew about it. Like really knew about it. I think Peacher was one of the few people that knew about it initially, and then last season it kind of like got out a little bit last season, and so we kind of made use of it last season. And then this season, DeLorean decided to like abuse the hell out of it by doing it every attack. So basically, if you cast Heartseeker right after you cast Clone, you, for whatever strange reason, deal 10x more damage. But only the attack right after you cast Clone. So, but I think the thing about it is that there's a window. So like you can't cast Heartseeker too late after you cast Clone, otherwise it won't work. So yeah, it's awful. You've seen this new farm method using opals to buff certain dungeons to find mythics. What is opals of torment? Is it anyway? Well, I mean, if you look at the leaderboards, no one's really doing anything. Like, barely anyone's bothering with like anything. Like, Matia's got a really good clear, DeLorean got a really good clear, and then past that point, people are just kind of like not doing anything. Like you have your enthusiast like Peacher with Flurry, you know, pushing the limits like he usually does, right? But most others are just like not really caring. It looks like. Yeah. So what does Opals of Torment do now? Yeah, phenomenal. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering the same thing. I feel like I should know, but I don't know. So we killed that first goblin. Oh yeah, me too, Raven. I was thinking the same thing too. I was just like, wait, what is this? Some season 6 thing people were using to drive us. Yeah, well, I guess what season 6 thing? We don't have access to that right now. At least not that I know of. There's various YouTube videos about it, and that's why, like, YouTube videos about it for season 11. I've been playing since season trial. I don't know either. I'm ready to ask. Nah, bro. I asked anyway. Component fault. I do not mind. I don't mind looking silly or feeling dumb. If I don't know, I don't know. I guess we'll do boots. Yeah. Although to be fair though, oh wait a minute, did I just do gloves on accident? I did gloves on accident. Jeez. Oh well. Where's the guy at? Yeah, can I look at your heart seeker your setup and let me know if I should change anything? Are you following the macro setup, the macro guide? Or were you the guy from the from my Discord? A chance or no? There's somebody I said that I would look at their stuff today on stream. Yeah, it is you. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, cool. What's your tag? Also, by the way, if you're on my YouTube, can you guys see the this should be the regular live video, and then there should be a shorts live version too as well. I don't know if you guys can like actually see that or not. I recently woke up from a coma and found out the Mavs traded Luka. I asked a doctor to put me back. Yeah, the Mavs definitely like lost that trade. Anthony Davis is out again, of course, as always. But yeah, Glenn Miller, what's your BNet tag so I can add you real quick? All right, give me a sec. I don't think I did any of this. No, I don't need to. All right, send me an invite real quick. Oh, by the way, while I'm waiting, so just letting you guys know, as we're coming into, I guess you could say, mid-season, and me trying to figure out a better stream schedule for myself while continuing the work that I do, I'm probably gonna go down to about 3 days a week, maybe 4 max. 4 is kind of like a maybe. So I'm looking at either Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays, or Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. with the occasional Sunday kind of thrown in there. I think I can actually kind of fit that in. But I'm thinking about like doing one of those days a week. If I do 4 days a week, that one of those days might be just variety. So I'm thinking maybe like a Sunday be like variety day or something. Sunday be variety, and then I'll do like Monday, Wednesday, Friday regular Diablo stuff. We'll see. I probably like updated it in my Discord and kind of talk more about it, but it's been kind of hard to kind of keep up a consistent schedule with me being back full time. All right, let's take a look at what you got. There he is. Cool. ID profile. Let's see. Okay. I mean, you got pretty decent stuff. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're pretty much following exactly the guide here. Actually, I mean, your Heartseeker stuff is better than mine. What are you having issues with right now, Glenn Miller? Okay, that is definitely not a bad. I was gonna say that's not a bad amulet, but weapon mastery doesn't do anything with pain gorges, unfortunately. So it's kind of a dead passive, unfortunately. But I mean, frigid finesse, alchemical advantage is not bad. But no, I mean, you have a decent setup, sir. I don't know. Can't see you having any problems in T4 with this at all. Yeah, you feel like bosses take too long to kill in T4? What do your glyph levels look like right now? I know you like Paragon 183, but what does your glyph levels look like? Do you always have Shadow Clone up the entire time when you're fighting bosses? They're all 46 at 1 to 60. I mean, I would say honestly, it's definitely not a gear thing. I'm thinking it might be a rotational thing, like having your caltrops and also your smoke grenade out while you're doing what you're doing. You're missing one Paragon board because I don't have the other points. Yeah, I don't really think it's a damage risk. Now, of course, having all your Paragon boards and then like leveling your glyphs is definitely going to make a pretty big difference. I do think that that it sounds like to me that like you may or may not have Shadow Clone up, but outside of because like Shadow Clone, so like all your damage from Heartseeker comes from two things. What up, Peacha? That is clone and pain gorgers. That's it. You yourself don't deal jack shit of damage, unfortunately. And the only time you're going to do any damage is when the clone hits a target that is marked. Right? So if the target is not marked by either of the wolves from Circe or from Smoke Grenade, basically, then you're not going to do much damage at all. So your clone has to hit a marked target for you to see like some insane damage from Heartseeker. Outside of that, you're kind of like not doing much at all. Honestly, I think for you, Glenn Miller, I would just Paragon up, man. Like do some well, I was gonna say do bosses, but you feel like it takes a little while to do the bosses. I would just run some pit, man. Run some pit, do some Asmodan, I guess you could say. Get some XP and like really start leveling the glyphs. The glyphs, I think, right now, and not having the 5th board does kind of hurt you a little bit. Sometimes his XP is better than the pit. Yeah, it is, but his glyph levels are also like 46 across the board. So I figured he needs to get his glyph levels up. Hello, Dad. Long time been watching videos of Heartseeker. Is it for real, Heartseeker? Heartseeker's not a Heartseeker. No, it's not really. Heroics, unlocking the 5th board is stronger than glyph. Yeah, that's fair too. That's fair too. What would be a good XP route at this point if he's not really like feeling like he can kill bosses quickly? I mean, bosses is going to be the biggest XP you're going to be able to get though, like by far. And the one that's not like a mid-level lair boss would be Uivar. If you can kill, like I said, Uivar. Keep saying the name wrong. Uivar, yeah, there we go. Yeah, if you have these, for some reason, he gives just as much XP as the like Duriel and Dario and Harbinger does. So like if you have a bunch of these, I'd run these for XP. So yeah. Get your XP up a bit. Try to get that 5th board and level up your glyphs. And it's definitely gonna feel a little bit better for you. Now keep in mind, you know, we lost a lot of power from not having the chaos stuff from last season in terms of just like regular power. You can do it without them too, but it takes longer to reset. Yeah, you can reset the dungeon if you want. Kill them and then reset and then go back in and kill them, but that's kind of boring. I don't know if that's what you really want to continue to keep doing. But hordes is okay for XP actually. But yeah, that's kind of really it, Glenn. I mean, you literally got everything. Like your gear is actually not bad. You may not have like great sinks or anything, but you're only 183. I don't expect you to. But yeah, you're doing fine. I think right now it's just honestly your Paragon. Your glyphs and not having the 5th board will make it take a little longer to kill some bosses for sure. Let me double check though. I don't think I saw anything else weird about what you were doing. No, not really. Yeah. Yeah, you should see your damage spike a bit once you get your 5th board and stuff. Zapal Paladin. Yeah, does that make sense, Glenn? Okay, what am I gonna do here? Speaking of which, pit. If you can't kill the boss quickly, just join a group and. I'm sure he can kill though. Like when I level with Heartseeker and I actually started with Heartseeker, I didn't like continue to build into it too much, but I did start Heartseeker. Bosses might at his gear level with the glyphs he has, bosses might take about like I don't know, maybe 8 to 10 seconds or whatever. Like the bigger layer bosses or whatever. Which isn't terrible, but like I'm sure he wants to mollywop him. He's gonna have to get the rest of his boards and glyphs up. Yeah, Glenn, you're welcome. I dashed too late. I saw it coming by. I was like, if I get one more rain. It was like one rain from death. It's such a bad run. Okay, a progress bar.
Panda glassed your raid in my stream with 73
Yo,
viewers.
dark side.
Panda with
We
the
just
raid.
got raided, son. You
Right
know how
there.
we do. Drop my new
What
beat
up,
for
sir?
these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What's going on, sir? How have you been? Wow, suppressor. Hope all has been well, sir. Are you Paladin? Are you playing Paladin at all this season? You usually play almost like every class. Did you start with Paladin or with them? Twig, what's going on? Also, Wisdom Cookie and Twig, appreciate the follows. Yeah, I am just, heck yeah, blasting everything again. Yeah, I am, for the most part, just kind of casually farming at the moment. I've had really horrible luck on sanctification, so it's kind of like, you know how like you watch all your friends get like, I don't know, like somehow like golden boots that do like 50,000% more damage, and like somehow they ended up sanctifying like some pants and ended up with 2 extra equipment slots. I know I'm like exaggerating or whatever, but like you're sitting there like with your sanctification being like this, like this is the best I can do on my boots, right? And so I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna chill. I'm just gonna chill because like all I'm gonna do is just like frustrate myself, looking at everyone else get all these crazy stuff, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm happy for them. I am happy for them. I am not mad or anything like that, right? Like, I'm happy for them, but it's just kind of like, yo, when can I get like something for me, man? Just like throw me a bone, you know what I'm saying? So I think I've just been a little bit more casual because of that. I'm just like, all right, I can't really do anything I might want to do until I get good Saints. So I think at the moment I'm just like, it just kind of is what it is, you know what I mean? I only got a mythic Saint on your alt and now you're tilted. Oh man. Nah, but like, I wanted to play a couple of different builds, but like, I can't even afford to properly even halfway sync my main build, so I'm kind of stuck on this for now for a bit. Did I play Pally? No, I didn't. I did not. I am a rogue for life unless they introduce Demon Hunter. They won't do that, by the way, because the overlap between Rogue and Demon Hunter is like too much or whatever. But if they ever introduce the Demon Hunter or whatever, that'd be the first time I don't start Rogue. In fact, I probably would drop Rogue altogether and just play Demon Hunter, and then I'll be like, Ava, I'm sorry, but I am not ready for Rogue anymore. I am done. But yeah, Paladin is really not my archetype, not my kind of character. And since I never really played D2 like that, I don't have that like nostalgia, you know, that nostalgia of like, oh my god, it's the Paladin, right? But I definitely would have that if it was a Demon Hunter. What about Amazon? I don't know, because again, I never really. I mean, I would totally try Amazon. I don't know if I would start with Amazon if Amazon ever was introduced, but I definitely would play Amazon. By the way, if the Amazon is like close to a Demon Hunter, I totally would do it. I'll put it that way.
Potato, 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 potato. Hey.
Decoy, what's up, man? Amazon best class Blizzard ever made. Wasn't that the class I played in like D2R for my very first time playing? And like I ran out of arrows, I think, because I didn't know I could run out of arrows, and I end up like punching my way out of a corner after getting like caught. Yeah, that was fun. Those were fun times. Yeah, I think it's gonna be sad though. Like once they actually do nerf the Paladin a little bit, you know, after either after this season or the following season or whatever. I feel like people are gonna be a bit upset.
Gates still locked. Sentries at walls don't bother. Cave entrance here.
Amazon, I feel, overlap with Rogue in some ways. Well, honestly, here's what they need to do. Here's what they need to do with Rogue. Okay, I feel like this whole hybrid thing that they try to do with Rogue failed miserably, like horribly. Like it failed like big time. We're not doing hybrid builds on Rogue. Well, okay, let me phrase that. Maybe the Heartseeker push is kind of a hybrid, but not in a true sense of the word. But they try to make a hybrid class, thinking, okay, well maybe you know they're gonna have like a melee damage dealing and then a range damage dealing, you know, marksman, you know, cutthroat sort of type hybrid stuff. Does not work in this game at all. All they ended up doing was just making two subclasses with very little skills. So you have 3 bow skills and like technically 3 melee skills ish. I would just say 2 to be honest, but yeah, it's like So I feel like the class got robbed in terms of like being able to play an archetype with like different types of like customization and stuff. Like the rogue does not play well as a hybrid class. So what they really need to do is make rogue an assassin and give it more melee trap stuff, and then give us a true bow class. Like again, Amazon, or I guess you could say Demon Hunter or whatever. But they really need to rework rogue to just be an assassin. Because I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Rogue is a stealthy type character. Like it really should be an assassin. So add 2 or 3 more melee skills, flesh out the kit a bit more, remove all the bow skills, bring in the Amazon or Demon Hunter, bam. Knowing Blizzard, they're gonna do this. That's what we're. They should have kept Rogue melee only and Demon Hunter. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah. That's why I said like I would totally trade out Rogue for Demon Hunter like in a heartbeat, like no questions asked. Appreciate the follows. Mapping what it should do is add D2R Amazon and reset Rogue to D2R Assassin. Or at least add the melee and martial arts from D2R to Rogue. I don't mind them like, you know, trying to do different things or doing, you know, some newish type stuff, but like I just feel like the Rogue design is like incomplete. It's like they started with the hybrid thing and didn't know what the hell they really wanted to do with it. And now we're kind of stuck. We're stuck with like half a class for each archetype. Which feels bad. It really does feel bad. I don't know how the expansion is really going to fix that either. Like, are they going to double down on this hybrid thing we're never going to do? Or are they going to actually like really like address the elephant in the room? I feel like they're not going to do that. But they should. Yeah. I mean, I think we had a hybrid thing like once, like a true hybrid once, and that was like Flurry Rapid Fire. But that was way back in the day, and that lasted for like a season and a half. Because when they started doing all the new changes to like the itemization and the way that damage was dealt, then that just died. Rogue needs proper split between range and melee instead of bow class. Shotgunning and melee every season. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. I think that's why I enjoy Rain of Arrows so much, because like you kind of have to play it at a distance. Like you don't have the multipliers are too good at a distance to not play at a distance. Whereas Heartseeker in some cases like you can play at a distance, and generally speaking I do. Most people just kind of just teleport into melee range anyway with it. But you're right. Rapid Fire kind of became a shotgun-ish type melee thing. Barrage is definitely like, you know, all the arrows shotgunning into a single target if you want to actually kill anything. Barrage is in a very bad state too as well. And Pen Shot, almost the same thing too, because you deal more damage per enemy that you shoot through, so you wanna clutter everything. Meaning that you actually do want to gather everything around yourself so you can maximize your damage output, right? So, yeah, it definitely does kind of play like that. Yeah, I can't pick up my whatchamacallits. What should I want to drop? I'll drop that. Barrage makes me sad. Makes me sad too. Much sad. I heard we lose a lot of damage if we don't use all 3 trees. The murder of ton of diversity. If if you're not all in one switch of damage, you're nerfing yourself. Well, yeah, I mean, and that's like, again, that's why like the whole hybrid thing just doesn't work. I don't know what they. I feel like they had an idea or a vision, and like none of us knew what that was. And then I think at this point they probably forgot what that was too. At the end of the day. I get anything decent? I'll hold on to that. So, Neanthrin. What's the best way to farm Neanthrin? By the way, that's legit when I'm low on. Allow. All right, so for us broke people, what's the best way to farm Neanthrin? I do have some Bilal though. I think I barely even fought Bilal season. Yeah, I got 20. I mean, I can fight him like 13 times. Actually, do I even have like? I wasn't lying when I said I was like I've been pretty casual this season. I didn't blast the way I normally would. Not like Panda and the others. Treasure, Breach, and Hope for Gabos. Allow or Escalation. Escalation, really? Escalate. How good is Escalation? Panda's insane, yeah. I don't know if Panda's still here. Yeah. Months ago, like actually has to be like about over a year, like a year and a half, 2 years ago. I used to tell everybody, I'm like, I think one of the most underrated players and who knows the game like really well and plays all classes is Panda. Because I actually was telling my chat, I said, guess who do you think, in your opinion, is the most like one of the most knowledgeable players in the game that plays all classes? And this is a time when like Rax was still playing. So people was like, oh yeah, Rax, right? Rax, and you know they were naming some names, and I'm just like Panda, and like no one knew who I was talking about at the time. Maybe like 2 or 3 people knew who I was talking about. I'm like Panda, like y'all don't know Panda, and if y'all don't know, go follow this guy, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Like he doesn't stand out. He doesn't brag. He's not like, you know, trying to be on the forefront of anything. He's just doing his own thing in his corner. And like criminally underrated. Let's get that. Pick up that. Pick up this. Is it cool? You're gonna add me? So I don't play hardcore. I play softcore. Not that I don't want to play hardcore, but if you hang around my stream enough, you'll know exactly why I don't play hardcore. I could barely keep my stream operating like without it crashing at least once or twice a night. Do you know how many dead rogues I'd have in the graveyard? Bro, they'll start charging me property taxes if I played hardcore.
Scream Heart raided my stream with 22
Like,
viewers.
like they'll start.
We just
like,
got
bro,
raided, son.
you can't be doing that.
You know how we do.
Raid.
Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
What up, man? Sheezy out. He would still be level 15 if it was her. So we got another one. That's Scream Heart. Appreciate it. I'm waiting for the
Cocosaur
okay,
rated my
there it is,
stream
there it
with
is, there it
15
is.
Yo,
views.
dark side.
Keep the glasses
We
on
just
there.
got raided, son. You know how we do.
Appreciate
Drop my
y'all
new
both.
beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
Appreciate y'all both. I had like 3 raids in the past, 30 minutes. I appreciate y'all. I am really not doing anything special. Just want to let you know, let you guys know. I'm just trying to farm so I could fail some more sinks before I log off for the night. But I appreciate y'all though. Thank you very much. I was just telling people why I don't do hardcore. And it's usually because my stream crashes like once or twice a night. Minimum. Like my locals already know that like if it crashes once, to like stick around because I will be back. But everyone knows already at this point. Like they just like they don't even leave. It's just that common. But that also would mean that I would have a lot of dead rogues in the you know, in the graveyard to the point where Blizzard will start charging me property taxes for how many rogues I have. Like, sir, like they'll send me a bill once a year. Like, look, look, man. Like we just don't have the storage space to keep up with your rogues, sir. We're gonna have to start charging you. It's just pretty much. So yeah. But ironically enough, though, like I used to play a lot of hardcore back in Diablo 3 vanilla, Diablo 3. I think I did more hardcore than softcore. I think overall, and D3 vanilla over time. But that was back when I had better internet though. I had Time Warner cable at the time. And while Time Warner cable wasn't really great per se, it was miles better than what I have now. I did really enjoy it in Diablo 3 though, because there was no cheat deaths or anything at the time. Like no way to escape or anything. Like you died, that was it. And like the auction house, as much as we do crap on the auction house for what it was actually pretty legit in hardcore because botters couldn't really stay alive to bot stuff in hardcore. So like the auction house was like actual like legit prices and stuff like for gold and things in hardcore. So like items were very scarce on the marketplace at the time. Diablo 3 definitely had cheat. It depends on what classes you were. Demon Hunters did not have cheat death at the time. Not in vanilla. Now yes, once Reaper of Souls came out and then sometime it did, past that point, sure. But vanilla did not have every class did not have a cheat death in vanilla. Nope. I literally would like port on my friends all the time. It's like normally the etiquette was supposed to be like, oh wait a minute. I still got goblins in this thing. Yeah, my friends would be like, because usually it'll be like they'll say safe or whatever, or T. Or teleport or whatever. So like if you're playing in a group, so therefore you're not porting on top of like a bunch of elite fixes. I didn't even care. I just jumped in and like was just like YOLO like every single time. telling you, bro, any class had cheat depth, not vanilla D3. This is before the expansion. Demon Hunters did not have a cheat depth at that time. Most classes did not. That's why I think you would just delete your save file. Well, that's not a cheat def, that's cheating. Those are two different things. Now we're talking about like Path of Exile type cheat deaths here. What is the same? No, it's not. How is it the same? One is literally going into your files, and the other one is part of the game. Like cheat deaths were given eventually, but it's not the same thing as like one is like legit like going into your files to cheat the system, and the other is basically Blizzard saying, hey, we know hardcore can be a little challenging and there's some issues, so here's a free cheat death. Right. One is a bannable offense, the other one is not. I put it that way. Is your ISP still your weak point for streaming, or am I having PC crashing? A little bit. A little bit of both. Yeah. I'll put it this way, Twig. Legit players, I put it that way. If you were legit playing hardcore, you did not have any, you had no way of getting your character back. I put it that way. You died, you died. That was it. I didn't use any of those kind of tactics, and I would refuse to use any of those tactics. Talking about pre-Reigns Reverse OD3, yes. Actually, so the thing about it is, I actually really think, oh, Titan was going on. You think Demon Hunters in this class? No. Definitely not. I actually really enjoyed Vanilla D3. As many issues as it had, I think Vanilla D3 was like the purest form of being able to make your own builds that Diablo 3 has ever had. Like when the whole introduction of like 6-piece sets came out was like when basically like people making unique builds or, you know, different type of ways to play literally went out the window, because at that point Blizzard controlled exactly what you played and why and what deals damage. Now granted, it made it a lot easier for them to balance the game by doing that, but it literally like stifled all kinds of creativity, because basically 7 or 8 pieces of your gear was already taken up by slots predetermined by Blizzard at the time. Whereas in like Vanilla D3, all the items were trash. Like the itemization in like Vanilla D3 was so bad, but they were equally bad. It was all bad. Like all of it was bad. So the only thing you can do was create builds based off the skills and the numbers you saw from the skills. So we actually had creative setups because all the items sucked anyway. So you had to be creative with what was there from the skills. So we had like interesting names for builds. Like, you know, I had what was the Stone Cold Hunter or something like that, and then I had like multi-bolagasm build. I had some really crazy, insane setups that I did in D3 that were really creative that I could never do in the expansion after that point. Some fun times. recently discovered from D4 to run 144 FPS at 3440 before they had to disable everything and the software because D4 uses its own custom pipelines that driver level stuff breaks highly, at least for AMD. So yeah, I have an NVIDIA card at the moment. I actually had an AMD card, and then I had to kind of, I won't say get rid of it, but NVIDIA wanted to do a sponsorship with me towards the beginning of Diablo 4's launch or whatever. And I thought that was kind of hilarious because I didn't have a NVIDIA card at the time. So I told him, I said, yeah, I wouldn't mind doing a sponsorship, but can y'all provide me with you know, with the card? I mean, just saying. It was kind of awkward because it's like, you know, I have my system specs and my profile and everything like that too. So they had to know I didn't have it, right? I mean, right? I mean, you were paying attention, yes. But they were just like, yeah, sure, no problem. And so they gave me a 4080 with the sponsorship or whatever, and I was just like, sweet. And that's what I have now. Although I will say I do miss my 7900 XT though. Derek is waiting for me to ask. I mean, the 4080 is not bad. Like, I mean, I mean, it's been good to me, but I don't know. I was really liking my my 7900 XTX, but I kept the 4080 in my system in case they ever wanted to do another sponsorship with me, which they did. So I've had 2 sponsorships with NVIDIA, so it kind of like you know, my hunch was correct. That, you know, I was like, okay, I probably don't want to not have this card in my system. And yeah, pretty much.
How can I help?
Yeah. Let's see what to throw up. Would you ever consider hardcore? I thought I did say that, like, the only reason why I don't do hardcore is because my connection is not stable. Stream is usually not stable. Like, I know I was like exaggerating by saying, like, you know, that I would be paying property taxes if I did hardcore to Blizzard, but I'm only like halfway exaggerating on that. Like, literally, if anyone who's been on my stream enough knows that I crash and drop often, too often to run hardcore. Oh no, I mean, I did say I would if that wasn't the issue. Like, I absolutely would. But see, like right now, where I live, my ISP has a monopoly in this area where I live. So like, I don't have the other options like Spectrum or Comcast or any of the, like, the bigger names or whatever. And so the one I actually have does not give like, the speeds are okay. Like, the speeds for what I'm paying for, it's actually pretty damn good. They're just not reliable. They're not stable at all. Like, I might have better luck with like Starlink or something. But it's just like so bad. Seth, what's going on, man? Why is the temper double shadow clone damage most valuable in the Heartseeker temper? Shadow clone seems to get the double Heartseekers too. So your shadow clone deals way more damage than you do. Way more damage. Like, it's like not even close. So your damage doesn't matter, but the clone's damage does. So you want to beef up the clone as much as you possibly can. 2, with Pain Gorgers, most of your damage is actually coming from Pain Gorgers for the past couple of seasons. But it's only from when the clone hits the Pain Gorgers mark, not when you hit the mark. Why that's the case, I don't know. I don't know why Blizzard has allowed us to be the way it is, but it just is. So basically, the damage that's coming from Heartseeker is basically Pain Gorger procs. That happens from the clone, when the clone hits the marks. That's why, like, if you attack, right? Like, if you attack without the clone, like, just don't use clone at all. You realize you have almost no damage. But even if Shadow Clones choose twice as much as our Seeker, that should be better. Well, I mean, it's not. So also the thing about this too is, the thing is that with the Pain Gorgers mark though, the Pain Gorgers doesn't care about the amount of projectiles. It only procs on the first hit. So really, the Heartseeker projectiles can cast twice or whatever. The second one doesn't matter for Pain Gorgers proc. You just do it just to be able to maintain energy better. That's it, not for damage. I know it's kind of confusing. It really is. But yeah, the projectiles shoot twice or like that is a temper that really doesn't matter this season at all. You only do it so therefore you can maintain energy. But that second projectile does not proc Pain Gorgers at all. And since all of your damage is coming from Pain Gorgers, then you focus on the double damage temper from the Shadow Clone for the Pain Gorgers proc. I know, right? There's a lot of problems with the way that some builds are right now. A lot of problems. But I don't talk about it because when you play Heartseeker, if you just play the build as is, a lot of times you don't recognize what's really going on. So you're thinking that everything is just happening in tangent, right? But in reality, only one thing is actually happening. How's pinch shot? I have no idea. I haven't seen a single person play a pinch shot this season. Hidden mechanics. How do you find it? Well, it's part of my job to find it, right? Like every PTR, every season or whatever, like just massively test things. Yeah, but it is over time though, Scepter. It's not like it all happened at once, but over time it basically did that. So yeah, over time mechanics, happen, and then mechanics started added on the top of mechanics and other mechanics with mechanics that changed the way the original mechanics works. It's rough. Hopefully they fix it soon, but even if you go buy a new Xbox, it'll still be having problems. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. It's been frustrating because, I mean, there are times where, like, Woody Joe will ask me, like there were times in the past to be like, hey, we're going to do this event. Do you want to join in? But all the events are basically hardcore only events, right? And it's like, I'm like, I can't, man. I want to, but I legit can't. You notice that with minions too? Yeah, it's weird. Absolute stability and speed are two different metrics. Yeah, exactly. It's not like your old copper that hasn't been placed in 20 years. Typical Monopoly ISPs. Perhaps you should get a critic router, implement 4 or 5G for a failover. So you won't go down. I actually didn't know about that actually. Yeah, Raven, I'm down. Andre, three stacks, yes sir. Once you know hardcore characters is a max level in under 2 hours. Yeah, I guess the thing is that, like, there's going to be a point of time where I'm just going to get sick and tired of leveling up new rogues that are out of my control, if that makes sense. Like, if I'm spending more time leveling up rogues and I actually am able to play rogues, then I'm not really having a fun experience. And then I can't create content because it's like, oh, you're leveling again. You're leveling again. And then I said, I'm like, yeah. Once again, rogue number 18. Honestly though, like this season, this season, I think I've crashed. Let's see, it's been about what, 2 weeks. I have either crashed or disconnected stream wise maybe about 13, 14 times so far. And the majority of them is when I was actually playing, like I was actually in something, doing something. So I would have had like at least 10 or 11 dead rogues by now. And imagine if like one of those rogues actually had like a mythic sanctification on it, and I just died a lag, or I just died to a disconnect. Like how upset would I be? That's like what menus too. Menus mark and triggers penguin defense. Well, yeah, that's what I do with the wolves, like the Sev rune. Triggers that basically for free for rogues. I did that for every business deal with because medical downtime is in the 10K hour range. Jeez. Okay, that's something I will definitely look into. I did not even know that was a thing. Hey, where are you at? It's just I can't travel to you. But we shouldn't be able to max torment on level 2 hours. I think. I actually think yeah, I can't TP to you. Unable to teleport. Party member is currently in the accessible area. In the accessible area. Bro, you're like all right, let me let's see. Okay, tell me. Okay, there it is. Is this it? I don't think so. Just about to find out. Oh no, it is it. Okay. Weird.
Greetings.
All right, let's go. But yeah, I agree with that too. Like the leveling being that short. I was actually okay with the way leveling was towards the beginning. Like when the game came out. The problem with leveling at the time wasn't the fact that it took a while, but the fact that there just wasn't much to do on the way to leveling. So the game was very bare bones while leveling. I don't think the time it took to level was a problem, in my opinion. But well. Is that Oridon? Great deal before season 2 because it meant nothing. When did you come back to play? This is so much fun. Like the idea of like hearing the entire screen with a wave and then like jetting. I still don't understand why there's no leaderboard for leveling paragons. I don't know. That's actually a good question. I don't know why either. Why not either? Considering that like action RPGs are notorious for speedrunning, right? Yeah, I don't know why not. I mean, I don't know if I would participate though. Like if there was one, like I might maybe once or twice or so. But I'm the kind of person that like Like, I don't know. Like, I have a hard time not wanting to pick up stuff. Like, I can't not see a shiny object and not want to pick it up most of the time. I'm just really bad at that. So I can force myself to not do it for a certain amount of time, but I'm really like my brain is like rotting on the inside, being like, yo, I just left that, you know, whatever. And like, I'm never gonna like not think about it. I'm literally like that little guy off of like Family Guy, where it's like, ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Like all the way through like the entire episode. That is me, 100%. It's like, ooh, shiny. Oh, look at there. I can't do it. So like, I can do it kind of now because I have most of the stuff I want. But if I'm leveling, I don't have anything I want. So everything shiny is a possible upgrade. How can I not want to pick it up, right? And look at it and be like, hey, well, what if I was to do this with it and then and add this on there and temper this and whatnot? And the reality is like, no, skip that until you know, until you're at the, you know, 39th minute and 26-second mark or whatever like that, when it's the most optimal to actually like temper the one thing you got. You know what I mean? Like, it's fun to an extent. Don't get me wrong, but like literally, I be fighting against myself. The will to want to pick up things, the will to want to upgrade crap. So that's why like I could see myself doing it like maybe once or twice, but then like I just don't have the tenacity to do that all the time. I just don't, unfortunately. Did they up the experience gain this season? See a lot of people at 280 plus. The bossing experience is actually like more than what Pit used to be by a significant margin. So like if you know how to do the boss ladder stuff or whatever properly, you can level from 0 to 300, and I think it's like 22.5 hours. If you know the strat, okay, you can literally do it in 22.5 hours straight. Now, you'll be bored as hell doing it. Obviously, you would hate your life. But you can technically do it. It's the newest rogue build. No, this isn't really new. I did make some personal adjustments to it, but this is Rain of Arrows. The monk would not die, which people actually run through like D2. Resi said, how's the ground go for me? Not so great. I don't have any like amazing sinks or anything. I wouldn't say amazing. My glove is pretty decent. I'll give it that. I do have for her on my gloves, and then I have Umbrus on my pants, but that's really about as far as it goes. That's it. Like that's all I have to show for anything I've done so far. You're not playing Heartseeker? I played Heartseeker like the past couple of seasons. I played almost exclusively Heartseeker, so I kind of wanted to switch it up this season. I still have a Heartseeker rogue, like, you know, saved or whatever. I just rather play Rain of Arrows this season. Also, kind of showcase Rain. Like no one, legit, no one else is playing Rain of Arrows in terms of content creators are concerned. So, kind of give you guys something a little different to look at. But Rain of Arrows is technically Rogue's second strongest build at the moment. It's also very visually satisfying and relatively fast speed clear. I don't want to drop anything. Not really. I can't. I'm have to go back. Because the boss map that I really want is the one I can't pick up right now. Heartseeker is a favor. You're the only person making a build on it in the previous seasons. Thanks a lot for that. Yeah, man, you're welcome. So I will always update Heartseeker and like do like I always level Heartseeker every season. Like that's gonna always be the case from here on out. So I'll level it, I'll play it in game a little bit, and then from there I'll kind of figure out where I want to go. But yeah, I will say I do not like the push variant of Heartseeker at all whatsoever this season. It's so like awful to play, and it looks and feels nothing like Heartseeker. Now the regular in-game version, like the one that we all know, you see all the time, like for farming or whatever, like that's still great. That's still like fantastic to play. But if you want to do any pit pushing or like that, yeah, the push version is like awfully clunky to play. Very strong, don't get me wrong. It is ridiculously strong, but it feels awful. I don't like the the push variant. I mean, I have to write it. I have to write what it is. If it's horrible to play, clunky, I gotta write it because it's technically the best setup. So I don't have a choice. But I do talk about it though. Like I do explain that it's not. It doesn't feel like anything like traditional Heartseeker at all. It's a bit rough to play. But for some people, like some people don't really care about that. They just want the absolute strongest setup that they possibly can play. So there are some people that will deal with that and be like, okay, that's fine. As long as I can see like the 140 trillion, 150 trillion hits, I'm fine. But then there's people like me who are just kind of like, nah, man. Like, there's nothing in this game important enough or fun enough for me to sacrifice fun factor for those kind of numbers. Is there still Orphan Maker build? Well, that is the push Heartseeker version. Is with Orphan Maker. Whoa, playing games for fun? What is that? It's a foreign concept, apparently. It's a crazy thought, right? Super crazy thought. I should have never said it, actually. Probably gonna get canceled. To my gamer tag, dioxide, hashtag 1987. So yeah, or if you're a millennial or like Gen X or boomer, then it's dioxide # 1987. Rip stream. Wait. Stream died? No. Don't tell me my stream died. Do not tell me my stream died. Did it die again? Cat. Oh, okay, I'm about to say. This is like rip stream. I was like, no, not again. I tried this time. I actually pulled apart my entire PC and like moved stuff around. I wiggled it. I blew on the cartridges just like the Nintendo console. I did all this stuff, man. I'm like, it better work this time. I really think it really was that RAM stick, man. I think that RAM stick really caused all my issues. Not all my issues, but I think it exaggerated the problem that was already there. there any news of possible new uniques coming in April? Oh well, yeah, absolutely. They will always have. They do new uniques for seasons, so you definitely bet that they'll have new uniques for the expansion. They're gonna have set pieces too, apparently, in the expansion. So they'll be sets, which I'm not that happy about. By the way, I don't know if how anyone else feels about it, but I'm not too excited about the return of sets in Diablo 4. I think it really depends for me. If they do sets like maybe 2-piece set or like maybe a 3-piece set at the most, I think I'd be okay with it. But if they do all that like E3 shit where it was like 6-piece sets or whatever, nah, absolutely not. I hated that. I hated that in Diablo 3. Honestly, Gear Variety is already kind of bad. I mean, there are some like utility aspects I would use if I had spots for them. I just don't have places for them. But when you introduce set pieces, now we're gonna have less places for them, right? Like there's just not enough gear slots. Like we don't have like a belt slot or anything. Like give me like a, I don't know, like a nipple ring slot or like a a toe ring or something. Like give me some more slots for gear, and I think I might feel a little bit better about set pieces. But right now it's like we already don't have enough slots as it is, and most of the slots right now are taken up by either uniques or mythics. It'll be in the talisman. Yeah, I guess. Alright, Twig, I'll add you. Hold on. Actually, haven't been gaming on non-GA boot for Mythic aspect. I've been trying. I don't have a lot of Neanthron right now, and I do kind of need to hit a certain amount of max resource from my Rain of Rails build, so I can't just slam a non-upgraded Beast Ball boost. So I have to actually like masterwork it, unfortunately. But yeah, I've been trying. These are my best boosts right now. It's just, you see these boosts right here? This is my best. That's it. Oh, normal boot. Oh no, I got the beast spot boot. I just never learned how to RNG, man. I think that's kind of the issue. If someone could teach me how to RNG, I'd be very grateful, because apparently I am not. Wait. There's. Where's Twig at? Doesn't want to show up, huh? Oh, a Twig. I think you probably already logged off. That's fine. You have 20 plays, maybe 20 ring slots. Sorry, Raven. So when you say it'll be in the talisman, you say the set pieces will be in the talisman? I thought that's kind of what the cube was for. Like the cube is technically the talisman, or am I thinking about that wrong? I mean, I think it'd be kind of neat to kind of have the cube come back in some form. really Bilal. But the thing about it is that like getting Bilal masses, and I guess I could need to spend all my boss mats and just try to farm Bilal, farm Bilal with the boss mats. I hope that Bilal shows up. I guess I'm full on ovals. Alright, you too, Twig. Thanks for sticking around after the raid-in. I know not a lot of people tend to do that, but I appreciate you for that. A friend of a friend is a friend indeed. Fair. Yeah, treasure breaches. Yes, I do. It could be something different. Oh, but they're using the talisman to house the separate. Oh, okay, okay. I must have missed that part. Okay, then okay, I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. You're gonna invite Peach along.
Yes, the game is on.
Guess we'll continue to do boots.
Not bad. Not good. Why not try another?
Shout out to everyone who's been a follow. What a good host. Thank you, sir. Dang, not a single beast while booting that. The whole shit, what's going on? Do always throw an alert every time. What a baller. Was running Arrows this season? Actually pretty good. I'm actually enjoying it a lot. It's probably my favorite build for Rogue of the season. Oh, there's a whisper for Beast in the Ice real quick. Raven, I'm gonna join in. Yeah, it's technically Rogue's second strongest build, if you like in terms of pure power. But I just like it for everything. It's not nearly as like piano-y as it once was. I mean, it still requires a few buttons for sure, but it's not nearly as bad as it once was. I created a victimized version that's pretty smooth and relatively easy to play versus what it used to be. Oh, Belial, nice. It's also very visually appealing. I think that's kind of one of the things too. Like I kind of do miss with some other setups that I play. I play a lot of Heartseeker too as well. And like while I really like playing Heartseeker in general, there's just something about just the how this build looks very just looks visually. It looks and feels good to play. I guess it feels like you're actually doing something. It's like impact. Although Heartseeker will always have a place in my heart, though. Is DT good this season? DT is it's the most efficient rogue build for endgame, and will always be until maybe the expansion. In terms of pushing is concerned, it's okay for pushing. But if you're not really interested in pushing, then like honestly, DT is one hell of a build to play. The only problem I like with DT is the fact that it just requires a lot, like, effort into gearing for it to feel good. Like it's not one of those things where you get like one or two pieces and then you can start playing it. Like you have to have, you know, certain breakpoints and a certain amount of energy, and it's very finicky before it actually feels good to play. So that can definitely turn some people off. But like if you're making like, you know, DT on like a second character or something like that, then it'll be easier for you to build technically. But I gotta pick up stuff. I don't know if it's just me, but I kind of secretly hope they nerf Shroud chess. It's been since when did Shroud come out? Was it like was it season 6? Was it the expansion? Or something. It's like we've had to wear Shroud basically for like the past 5 seasons. Well, actually last season was the only season where you probably could get away with that without not doing Shroud if you had enough multipliers because of the Chaos armors or whatever. But that was literally it. And even then some builds still use Shroud. The Sork Main and the teleport nerf, I feel like Barb Elite and DT is the fastest speed farm. Well, yeah. Yep, that is correct. Shroud's still 20% stronger than anything else for Necro last season. Nah, I was able to run without Shroud on Heartseeker and Rain, I think. Especially Heartseeker because I mean I was able to use 3 different gloves, so that were all better than Shroud. Came out the DLC, yeah. So yeah, season 6 then must be.
You hear it? The howling. Endless howling. I no longer know whether that horrific sound is in the air or in my head. My mind has not been still since I come to this place. Screaming like this. Second time in the year. Something. I'm going to be seen again.
My wife says your pet looks like a shrimp. What is it? It's like a fox or something. Hold on. Let me go to my wardrobe. I'm lagging. There we go. Yeah, it's like a little fox looking thing. It's kind of cute, right? Like dangerously cute, I guess. Deceptively cute, I guess. I got to trust my transmog. I haven't transmogged at all this season. My character's been busted literally all season. My transmog feels like my sanctifications feel right now, which is like literally like default default setting right now. Yeah, I'm surprised she actually caught that detail. Like, 'cause there's so much going on the screen that I'm surprised you can even see that. What big you like it for Rogue? Random Barrels. Random Barrels and Heartseeker are like the two I played the most. Rip, Barrage, and Rapid Fire, they used to be good at some points. Rapid Fire is very niche good. As in, like, there is like a setup that allows it to be okay-ish. But it's like, feels even worse than like Push Heartseeker does. Or like a regular build. They really just like ruined Rapid Fire for me whenever that ring came out, basically. When they tried to mimic Rapid Fire from like Diablo 3, in a sense, is like when I like lost interest in Rapid Fire. I played a lot in season 1, 2, and 3. Like, definitely one of my favorite skills to play. But yeah. Nothing, man. It's actually not bad. But I did double Heartseeker temporary is closer to how Rapid Fire should feel. You're not wrong. You miss old Rapid Fire, hit the lob. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Surprised that I never got in trouble for calling it the R. Kelly spec for some time. I used to call it the R. Kelly spec back in D3. And that was with devs watching the stream sometimes. I redid the temporary double shot clone damage. It's insane what difference it made. Yes, it's stupid, isn't it? I hate how that we have to build that way for sure. What are we running? Honestly, just treasure breaches, I guess. Moment. Yeah, I'm not doing anything like special or anything. It's just farming for mats at the moment. so I can actually like sink something decent maybe somewhere at some point. To me, I mean, that's basically where I'm at the point at the moment, where it's like there's nothing else I can really do for my build except for sync. I can't like get better upgrades anywhere else. But I have a lot of room to sync. I'll put it that way. Like, so I can't be that unlucky for that long, right? Like, I gotta eventually hit something good. Oh wait, there's another one. Running low on Scatter Prism, really? I like try to stop pick those up. Does Orphan Maker work with Random Arrows too? I mean, technically yes, but I mean, it's not worth. Like, it's not a bad option. I can actually alternate Random Arrows with Poison Trap, wearing Scoundrel's Leather's like chest or whatever. So I've done some really interesting things with that and Orphan Maker or like that, but it ends up not being as good, and it feels a bit clunkier. So like, there's really no upsides to doing it other than just cause, I guess. Too clunky for my taste. Anything Orphan Maker right now pretty much is pretty clunky in general. Like, they really botched that that unique. I don't know if you ever used it before, Sapphire, but it is not a good feeling unique at all. Or you used it last season? Did you do a dual basic last season, or what'd you do with it? Okay, yeah, dual basic, yeah. Like, that was pretty. I mean, I played with it a bit, but like it was pretty clunky. It wasn't as bad last season, in my opinion, just because of the fact that you had the Orphan Maker in like a different slot, so you wasn't using a 2-hand crossbow in the main slot. Like, if you were using the bow, it felt a little less clunky. But now you have to actually use the Orphan Maker in the slot, because no longer the Chaos Uniques or whatever, and you can really feel the pain with the 2-hand in that slot versus having the bow instead of crossbow. Not only that, though, to Scepter, is that like when you think about the Orphan Maker, right? Like, how slow of a weapon that is. Like, yeah, you hit really hard, but the visuals and the stuff don't match what you're doing. Like, Heartseeker legit looks like a toothpick being shot from a crossbow. That sounds like the toothpick actually hit the hardwood floor, and then it hits a target once everything is all buffed for 150 trillion damage, and you're just like, your brain is like, what the hell, right? Because like, the visuals don't match the numbers, nor does the audio sound match what's going on. So there's just a huge disconnect with how it feels to play and the damage you're actually doing with these said builds with that weapon, right? Like, if you were doing it and like it felt like nukes, I'll put it this way: if it felt like Loader for Bear from like Diablo 3, right? You remember like Cluster Arrow, Loader for Bear. If it felt like that with the Orphan Maker, right, I'd have a different perspective on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it felt like if it displayed the visual excitement that the numbers present to you on the screen, it might feel a little different. But if it's going to be that clunky and slow, it needs to feel powerful. You know what I'm saying? It is powerful. It just doesn't feel that way. Like stuff just dies and like you don't know what or why. It gets that the whole screen gets demolished just because apparently like somebody got a Q-tip to the eye or something, and then like literally the entire area exploded. And it's just like, okay, I guess. Sure. You know what I mean? It's just like back to the boss grind. Okay, what bosses were you doing? You need to turn the volume when it fire shut the screen too. Something, man. Like it just doesn't. It doesn't give you that awesome feeling of what's occurring on the screen. I mean, it doesn't do it with rapid fire or for Maker. It doesn't do it with Barrage. I think Pen Shot is probably the closest thing that actually feels like something when you use it with Orphan Maker, because Pen Shot does naturally have a louder sound effect and like a chunkier like, you know, look to it. Like it actually like pushes your character back and it feels like it's doing something, right? But the other stuff, not so much.
I had that in my bag. Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get behind it and want to like, you know, mess with it for a long period of time because it just doesn't. It's not exciting to use.
See some steel you need.
There's something special.
Well, oh, and work with Pen Shot build. Oh yeah. Well, Orphan Maker can work with any marksman skill. That includes Pen Shot. Pen Shot is just kind of bad right now in general. You know, the Orphan Maker is not enough to make it good. Same thing with Barrage. You know, Orphan Maker is just not enough. Which is kind of crazy to think about, like how big of a modifier, like multiplier it is, and it still can't carry Barrage or Pen Shot to any sort of glory at all. Which is kind of sad. You think about it. It just means that those skills are just that bad.
Use it well. I had that in my bag. I forged more than hot. What's left, you ask?
What Buster said you were farming? You got blood, some steel, 99 fears, and 2 stacks of mass. Yeah, I'll join you. I'll join you in some boss farming. I literally don't have anything else to do, so I'm down. Which boss are you going first? Grab some mats. Gregory, okay. Let me get my steel then. I could totally use some what are con amulets, so I can maybe. I would love to get a Starless mythic effect on the Word of Khan. That would be freaking amazing. Or really anything. I'll take a Vengeful or Aerostorm aspect on that. I'd rock that. Actually, I don't think either one of those can roll on that. Give me like a fur or like a conceited or but basically Starless though. Starless is what is like what I'd want. Are you picking up all gear and salvaging it or? That's so low of a thing, but oh no, that's cool, Raven. I do that too. I salvage everything as well. So I'm in the same boat. I got a Salic amulet. I think I'm gonna keep it for some other testing of the sort. After this, go salvage. I mean, I won't say so have I, but like, I mean, I've sanctified my fair share of items. I've just been pretty unlucky. Probably not as much as some of like some of the like blasters, but I was kind of hoping to get just just to have just a little bit more leeway, just a teeny bit. Wow, I only got one World of Hakan amulet out of that whole thing. That's crazy. Maurice, appreciate the follow. I mean, yeah, I gotta do Beastfall, so I got a while to go before I might see anything good on boots. Got a shaker on a pair of boots. I'd have to be okay with the shaker on boots. Not ideal for what I'm doing, but I definitely would take it over what I have now. The problem is that like I do have to master work before like slamming on several items because I have to hit certain breakpoints. So I gotta look at the percentage on certain things and be like, is this high enough for a 750 item for me to like consider slamming? Then I have to hit the GA on that from the master working. So I was like, it's kind of tough. Do I need a lot of Neathrin? Actually, how good are these? Yeah. Oh, by the way, Raven, I fixed my lag issue. By the way, in Heroes. That's good. That is that is really good. Very nice. That's Bloodwave. This is good enough, right? Below. I'm at to go to town. Oh, I guess after this. I go to town after this. Oh, whoops. I don't know why I did that. And Pit, do you know why Belial takes much longer to stagger than the other bosses? Because literally exactly what you said. It just does. There's no rhyme or reason for it. He just does. That's the reason why, like, for if anyone who's doing like higher GRs, higher pits or whatever, they can skip Belial. Like they don't grab the eyes, or they grab like 4 of the 5 eyes, because honestly you really don't want to fight them unless you're doing like a low pit ish. Oh, you're out of steel. But yeah, he sucks to fight after a certain tier based on like your build. Especially since he's like pretty elusive too as well. Like he's always like moving all over the place and, you know, making all clones of himself and all that crap. Ain't nobody got time for that. You don't get them if you avoid the eyes. Yep. So you only spawn him at the end if you touch 5 eyes. If you touch 5 eyes, then he spawns at the end. So you can touch 4, and then you can get regular pit bosses if you do that. But if you touch 5, you're gonna get Belial. Yep. All good, sir. But yeah, the other bosses you could stagger like a jillion times, like 4 or 5 times, like almost back to back. But Belial's good luck getting one stagger. 24/7. Oh, you can stagger them 24/7. Oh, they don't get resistance to that. Really? I wonder if that was their way of like I wonder if that was their way of them nerfing the pit bosses, you know, so the fights don't take forever. I was like, you know what? We're not gonna balance it or fix it in this way. We'll just remove that part. So I guess Peacher, what do you run now? Like, what do you do? She said you're good on mats. So like, what is it that you do now? I got another mythic. Like shroud. Okay. Just don't get grandfather on gloves or boots. Nice run of arrows, Bill. Yeah, thanks. Bump Blizzard only gave 2 more slots with the expansion. Holding off for now. But Paleo Ore has always intrigued me build wise, so I know I'll give in eventually. So is it the 2 slots that's like preventing you from trying it right now, or are you just kind of into other stuff right now? Gelavini? Gelavini? I don't know how to actually say that. I'm sure I botched that pretty horrendously. It's on your Amy with Trap Master. It feels bad. Oh, well. Just have Weapon Master on it, so it's not my 2-hand slot has either Vengeful or Intercom too. Okay. So you're just trying to min max. You're not even trying to just get stuff on there. You're trying to get the right stuff on the right slots. That's where you're at. I'm just trying to get stuff. I'm just trying to get stuff to happen. You're running Crackling Switch right now? Oh, okay. Yo, we've been getting Belial like kind of a lot. The 3rd time he spawned. Like, what? 5 or 6 kills? I mean, I'm not complaining by any chance. By any means, but... Still. Yeah. Overloud didn't show up. So I got a question for chat though. Do you guys see? Hey, J Rockets, what's going on? Do you guys like see like the game going forward without sanctification going forward? Like after having a season like this, like what would the gear chase be without sanctification going forward? Because I'm pretty sure, like I feel like most of us would have been done with gearing like a while ago if it wasn't for saints, right? Not saying the other stuff wasn't good, like the new masterwork and the temporary and stuff, but like now that that's a lot easier to get what you want, like you kind of needed sync to kind of extend the loot grind. You know what I mean? I think they're testing Heraldric Q functionality with sanctification and chaos armor. That's an interesting thought, actually. That's actually that. You know what? That's actually I didn't think about it that way. Actually, that actually kind of makes sense. Because I keep saying like all these mechanics that we actually did enjoy. That was like, yeah, we're thinking about bringing them back in some fashion. So I guess the cube could be, yeah, maybe it's cube recipe or whatever for chaos armor, like cube recipe for sync, cube recipe for other stuff. Also, shout out to Sether with the first badge. Dude was here. Sether was here on day one. Day one stream 5.5 years ago. For sure, Decoy probably has a day one as well. Like I'm done much longer than I've been streaming for. But yeah, I do think that like I think the mythic sanctifications might be a bit much. I think for a season is fine, but if they were ever to bring it back, I think they should remove the mythic sinks, you know, out of the equation. They gotta bring back one chaos armor. Actually, I've been saying this before. I think one chaos armor and one mythic unique, but make the chaos armor from like 20% to 50% bonus instead of 20%, since you can only wear one. And then mythics buff mythics by like, I don't know, like maybe 20-25%, but you can only wear one mythic. You can only wear one mythic, one chaos armor, and then sanctifications without mythic powers. So therefore you have to make choices. Like you can't just go Starless and Shroud every build, right? Or you know, you gotta have to think about which one is more important for that build you're playing. Also, same thing with the chaos armor too, because like the chaos armor could roll in the slot that you might have had a mythic in. So the gearing, I think, in my opinion, becomes a bit more interesting when you have to make choices versus just slotting every mythic you can think of, right? Same thing with every chaos armor you can think of. You got to make it with plus 10 marksman skill, yeah. I love the mystics being in it to take out mythics and need to put class aspects in physics. I think the thing about it is that like the mythics, I think, provide like things like Grandfather provide just it's just a way, it's just so big of a swing in power, like to have on like an armor piece. You know what I mean? Like that's like, I mean, I'm not saying it's not fun, but like that one, like having it and not having it can like make or break your character. I feel like it should be strong, but like I don't know if they get, you know what I mean? Like it's like I don't know. I almost feel like the amount of power it gives to have it on like a boot or a pant or whatever, you know, just creates an unhealthy amount of like grind for that item because this is way too good. It's just so good. I don't know. I do agree with adding more offensive affixes in the pool for sure if you don't do mythics. But like hell, like should classes that can't even wear Grandfather be able to have a mythic? I mean, for the sake of like keeping things interesting, sure, but I don't know. That might be a little much, in my opinion. Especially when you got like the tower and the leaderboard is kind of like baked into it, right? Like literally Grandfather a bus when it comes to tower leaderboards. Like you already know. He's got limited cast on him. And guess what? You can't buy a Grand Paper. Well, that is what I like about Sega 2 as well. You have to actually play. You got to play and grind it out. So I agree with that for sure. I guess I'll salvage after this. I guess I just wish they kept some of the old D2 names around. Stone of Jordans, Worst Leg, Bocathos. They need to make a comeback. That, like, Bariza as well. I'm like very shocked they didn't make Bariza like a unique two-hand crossbow and instead just brought the name back, but that's it. How's season go for me so far? Well, I haven't really gotten lucky at all. But I am enjoying what the season has to offer. I'm not too fond of the loop, the gameplay loop that we're kind of like pushed into. But I do think that they did a lot of good things in terms of like the changes to the game this season. Like this season feels like season 4 level of like excitement per se. Especially with the Paladin. D3 had too many unique though. Azarath went from very good in D2 to suckers no one wants to use in D4. Actually, there was a time frame where Azarath builds were some of the best builds in the game. It lasted for like one season though. But yeah, like for Rogue, Azarath was like best in slot 3 seasons ago, 3 seasons ago, I think it was. Yeah, I was full, but I can wait until after this. The problem, but the problem with that is it Blackada, Blackada, Blackada? I don't know if it's like it's supposed to be like meshed together. I'm saying it. The problem with that was the fact that it was bugged. So that was partially the reason why it was meta like that, because it was doing things that, you know, it was scaling in a way it wasn't supposed to, or at least what do you call them? I forgot what you call them. But those specific fixes were scaling with the task speed in the way that they weren't supposed to. So the only reason why it really was that good was because of that. But yeah. But your main point about it just being good in general, I totally understand it, and I get. And I agree. I misclicked one time on Gamble and clicked on Ring and it became Mythic. What'd you get? I had to kill a few of the classic uniques. Yeah. They don't really seem to really pay much respect to some of them at all. Like the Wind Forces was garbage throughout the majority of its lifespan in D4. It was kind of garbage in D3 too. Not kinda, it was garbage in D3. They've tried to buff it a little bit, but like Barrage is just so bad that it just doesn't even matter. Right. But yeah. And pinch shot shown for a second, yeah. Just for a second though. Everybody's like, pin shot. Everybody at the time was like saying, yo, pin shot is back. I'm like, no, it's not. Azarath is back. Pin shot is just a trigger. Pin shot's a trigger. Azarath was the carry. Carried all the rogue builds at that time. And people come back like the following season, yo, what happened to pin shot? I'm like, I told y'all. it wasn't pin shot. And we haven't seen pin shot active ever since. Even though Eagle Horn is actually kind of cool. Like, it's actually in the unique spot now where I think it's actually kind of cool to play. But pin shot itself is just it's just too weak. Went downhill when it fits. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We're stuck on PoE 2. Haven't we tried out D4? I think it's worth J Rockets. I think the season is definitely worth playing. Problem is that like it came out when like several other things came out too as well. I mean, the season's gonna last for a bit, so I mean, you got plenty of time to like just check it out at some point if you want. But I do think it's worth like just going in like maybe like I don't know, a weekish or something. Ego, appreciate it, follow. Like I'm probably gonna do the exact opposite of you. Like I'm gonna play some PoE 2 probably sometime next what's it, next year? January or so. I do want to check out some things there before that league ends. Do you think a ranger class could or would make sense as a second class for the expansion? Probably not. Not with the rogue being what it is right now. Probably not. Like, unless the only way that I can see that is if they change rogue. Like, if they literally just revamp what rogue is and like make that like a true assassin class. If they do that, then like a ranger or like a dark ranger or something would make sense for the expansion. And like I would be 100% down for that. And I don't know, maybe they might do something like that. It could be the reason why like rogue has been in such a rigid spot for a long time, because they're gonna revamp it anyway. I don't know. Who knows? Could also just be me coping, right? It's gonna be an Oracle Willpower caster class. It's gonna be a barter. Rogue was the bow specialist merc in D2. Yeah, but I mean, Rogue sounds more assassin-y in reality. Like when you think of Rogue, you think stealth. You know, thief, stealth type things. So it would make sense for it to get all the stealthy thief, maybe some trap stuff. And then like make a true range class, like an actual range class. Beerbone kind of covers Monk Wish Doctor, so what about a shaman? I don't know, maybe. Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to start another one. I might have to sell twice. Shaman belongs in well. I mean, if we're talking about WoW characters, give me Falstead. I don't care how much he doesn't fit. I throw my entire wallet at the screen for a Falstead.
You look like you've seen battle. Good materials here.
Yeah, I saw feathers in the teaser picture. Could be Falstead. Just saying. I had so much stuff on the ground. Let me. I'm actually surprised to see 2 characters though. I guess it does explain why the expansion took a while, because you know how they said that they're going to do like one expansion per year or so, or release one expansion per year, and then like this one got delayed by like 6 months or whatever. So it is kind of cool to see, you know, two new classes. Woody's been having a lot of streamers on his stream lately. Must be a pretty good season. I don't think I ever responded to him. He actually asked me if I wanted to do like a stream together sort of thing. And I don't think I ever responded. I feel bad about it now because I just thought about it. But I think I was supposed to be one of the ones that he was going to do that with. And I don't remember if I responded. So it must be a pretty good season. It's just it's, you know, like the game is, there's little by little sometimes, and every now and then, like, you know, a pretty bigger little, the game does get better. It's still got some ways to go. Like, we're not gonna pretend that it doesn't, but it's looking like they understand what needs to happen or where it needs to go. It's just a matter of time at this point. It just sucks that it's taking them so long, I guess you could say, to get there, if that makes sense. But oh. Make the minion AI faster. As when they Amazon could be good, they could separate it from Rogue. Yeah. Javelins, auras, pets. Agreed. The only problem is having a mail. I mean, that would totally be me. I would totally make a mail at Amazon. I almost always made a male demon hunter, and I always got laughed at for it, and I still did it anyway. Honestly, the reason why is because I actually like most of the builds I played with was with the bow, and for whatever strange reason, I like the way that they had the male demon hunter like held the bow when like shooting the bow. I like the way that the female shot the crossbow skills or whatever, but I like the way the males shot the bow better. I don't know why. It was just visual preference. But yeah. I'll pay $30 for Asmo to be wearing an Asmo dunk skin every time I fall in this season. That skin is so good in like Heroes of the Storm. They did a fantastic job with skins and mounts and like Heroes of the Storm. Like they visually look like freaking amazing. Kicking and screaming to the 3 point. Yeah. We haven't been doing too bad with Bilal spawns though. I really do think they should have a blacksmith in the boss area or like right outside of the boss area. I don't know why we don't have that. It's too low of a percentage. Also too low. Yeah, I gained like 13 husk, I think, from doing these boss runs so far. Also leveled like twice, I think, maybe. Especially since this, but Uivar, so this is one of the better bosses for XP. Or boss soon, okay. Something tells me that the next class that's coming though is like a brand new class, not like what Paladin was, but more like what Spiritborn was. I'd rather have a Sith than Jedi if you're gonna be pulling stuff from other universes. Is that NDA talk? I'm gonna be 100%. I haven't really been like too much in the loop with some of the more later things. If there are anything to really be to be discussed. Like I said, I knew nothing about the Paladin. I was 100% in the dark about the Paladin. So I was like legit surprised. I was like, what? Okay, it definitely was not a fake surprise, I promise you. However, like there's still stuff that like was shown to some of us Diablo partners like months ago about the expansion. Some stuff about the expansion stuff or whatever that I still can't share, but that's really about it. Heavy CC class. Is it intentionally that you're not supposed to get any XP when you're doing a regular Belial fight? Oh, you mean like the one where you put the mats in, like that Belial? Yeah, I'm hearing the same thing. I don't know if that's a bug or not. Or knows there'll be a Doctor class where you play as a character, playing a real character. No comment. I plead the fifth. I know nothing of what you speak of. Allow gives 0 XP. Is that like on purpose though, or? I feel like that seems like that'll be kind of unintentional. Are you out of mats there, or are you at the war? Well, I think when's the war boss? It's probably because all the folks used to. I guess right. Oh, you got the world boss. Gotcha. All right, going now. Soon it's you. This class is a giant cow that uses a big axe. I'm willing to bet the whole Belial not get XP is probably a coding glitch where they turned off his XP so it didn't interfere with the pit XP and somehow it melted over to the actual boss Belial. You know what? That's actually... You know what? That is... Possibly. Yeah, that actually kind of does make sense. That definitely sounds like the spaghetti coding that we're used to. You can poke bosses here. A lot of people are okay to the side for SP grind. It's so annoying because you have to wait The timers open the chest to start a new boss. Yep.
You are courting pain and death. I apologize.
So many sigils. I picked up every single one of them. I had that much room. Usually I'm like dropping like half into the ground. Okay, yeah, see. Alright. Yes. Yeah, I got like a ton of escalation sigils off of that. I might actually keep some of them because I kind of need to get the whatchamacallit. That Neathrin grind. Escalation Nightmare Dungeons are a trap, by the way. Why you say that? All I really care about is the end. I just kind of just like rush to the end. If you don't find goblins, there's a chance to only get one. So even fighting whatchamacallit at the end, you only get. They have high chance of gobos. I guess I'll save him. Eric, what's going on, sir? All right, where you going now? Let's pick up all this stuff.
Father bless. What do you need?
what's your favorite talent D4?
Need something for
That's a good question.
anything breaks. The fortune.
What was the asked today for? I don't know. I kind of like Kyovashad, to be honest. Like just the layout, the way it looks. Now, it's like in terms of like just efficiency. I mean, Saragar is kind of where it's at, but like in terms of just looks, definitely I think Kyovashad. Saragar because you love pit pushing? No, I do Saragar because that's where everyone else goes, and I get free instants because people spam their instances in like Saragar because everyone goes to Saragar, so I get free instances without me having to use them. That's why. If you're ever low on them or for whatever reason, or you don't feel like buying your own, just spend like 30 seconds or whatever in Saragar or something like that. Go downstairs, get a drink, and then you come back and you're like full laced up in this. Yeah. I am absolutely a freeloader. Saragar. No shame. That hurt. There's one reason the horse is scrolls. From what I hear, like the rewards are kind of bugged out on the horse. It's not supposed to give that low amount of materials. Team, what's going on? King Titan, what's going on? How am I liking the season? I think they did a pretty good job. I think this season was definitely a step in the right direction for them. I'm not the biggest fan of the the loop, the gameplay loop, I guess, for this season. But nor am I a fan of like some of the classes just being sort of just kind of stuck in a rut in terms of their builds are concerned. But I do think that the systems and stuff has taken a big leap in the positive direction. And of course, the Paladin was a huge W. So I think for sure this was a really good season to look for. Like a really good season to kind of continue to look forward to what could be in Diablo 4, like in terms of like its future. If they put Netherine in chests and hordes, just give you 15 around. Can you jump into the party? Yeah, sure. Are you on my friends list from last time or? I don't remember. We're not really doing anything special. But yeah, Bardock isn't even guaranteed. Sound like we need to talk to his manager, man. I want to say something, but I can't. It would have been hella funny, but I'm not gonna say it. Nah, I'm not gonna say it. It's best if I if I don't. It's too cold for Bilal here. Or what? I don't know. Just say it in the way I won't get canceled. Man. You mean my B tag? It's just my name, # 1987. You think after Rob left the game, it's shaping to be better? Or you mean Rob Ferguson? Not necessarily, because I mean a lot of the things we're seeing right now were in the pipeline while he was a GM. So it's not like we just got this after he left. Like this was all happening when he was still there. However, I do think that Rob was not the best person for the job, considering that like he doesn't embody anything of what Diablo it really is, if that makes sense. So you have, and granted, I guess, you know, being a GM or a manager or whatever, you don't necessarily need to, you know, be well acquainted with the product itself per se. You just got to know how to do the managerial stuff or whatever. But it doesn't help when you're not, like, when you didn't grow up playing the game and then you're like in that position. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't think he ever really should have been in that position, to be honest with you. He's not a bad guy by any means. Like, I have nothing against him. You know, I met him like in real life at BlizzCon and whatnot, and some other times where I think I got attention to talk to him. He's you know, fun to be around, just not right for the genre. And I kind of felt that way even when we had like the live streams and stuff like that, and he was there. It just kind of felt like it kind of felt like he was kind of out of place. Like this just wasn't his environment. I got 1 summon left. Okay. What I'd like to know is how they bring the GM they have now that came from football into further gaming. How do they recruit these recruitings for GMs? No idea. No idea. But my thing is, I don't know why they didn't just hire within. They have, you know, quite a few people who are still around that were around back. Yeah, that could have definitely been in that position. But I don't know. It's impossible to really know what all happened or why choices were made or whatever. All right, Raven, GG. The Canadian, and I think we're stopping now. Tim, Timma. Yeah, he left, and I'm actually kind of close to out of my own boss mats. We're almost 30 years into the Diablo story. Anyone make a decision should respect the lore. like I said, I don't really know what part of what part he was really involved in terms of that kind of stuff. So I don't really. It's hard to know.
Anything break? The force is what
Like. But to us normies, I mean, that's a decision. That's a position that sounds like it's important. And you definitely want a Diablo person. And something like that. You know what I mean? Alright, let's I guess let's just sync now. We did like a jillion boss runs. Actually, let me see if there's any quick whispers. No. Chrono Horde. Oh, there we go. We just did this nice. I guess I'm back in my world now though. They're hiring people that have no knowledge in gaming. I mean, gaming at this point is more of a business than it is entertainment. So I mean, not surprising that corporations are gonna hire business people over gamers. You should have followed. So guys, guess what? And I'm not trying to jinx myself or whatever, but I haven't crashed the stream. All stream I haven't crashed. I've tabbed out. I have my browser running and everything. No encoder overload or anything, or in 3, 2. Everybody chimed in just like yeah, I honestly do think it's for those who weren't here when I was talking about it, I after I crashed on Tuesday, I kind of just like rage quit like PC, like in general. Like I didn't even I didn't even try to go back on. I just like rage quit, and I unplugged everything. I like disassembled my entire like desk, like my entire tower and everything. And I was just like, you know what, we're gonna just take stuff out and just put it back together, maybe cleaning it, I don't know, something. And upon doing so, I decided to check my RAM to see if it's like, you know, maybe like one stick might be like weirdly seated or something, you know, just anything. And looked at it again and realized that one of the RAM sticks was like a ST instead of a DT. And I was like, I'm pretty okay-ish when it comes to building computers and, you know, that, you know, those type of terms or whatever. But like, I was like, what is ST and DT? Like, so I like Googled that and I'm like, huh. So I guess when the original 32 gigs of RAM I had in there, when I added another 16 gig stick of the same brand, same speed and everything like that, what ended up happening was that my PC was basically reading the ST, or basically, I don't say converting, but basically only allowing usage of that one
Peter_Odin raided my
stick.
stream with
Yo,
4
dog
viewers.
son,
I'm gonna have to
we
finish
just
up
got
after
raided,
this dance,
son.
but Peter,
You know how we do. Drop my new beat
going
for
on?
these new viewers.
Sheezy out. What's going on, sir? Appreciate you. But yeah, so like back to the story real quick. So I don't know. This is the RAM stick I took out. Basically, I don't know if you guys can see that or whatever. But like it's literally the exact same brand, timings and everything. But because it's a ST instead of a DT, it literally my computer either it read it as if I had 48 gigs of RAM, but when I ran applications and things, it was pretty much only using the 116 gig stick. And I didn't know that. And it was like really hard for me to find that out. But that was what was causing my, my GPU encoder to overload and all that kind of stuff as I was streaming and whatnot. And I could not figure out what the hell was going on because like none of it really made any sense. Because I wasn't getting any blue screens or anything like that. It's just so yeah. So the one upgrade I made like a year and some change ago was the demise, I think, of a lot of my crashes that's been happening while trying to stream this particular game. Now, I'm not saying that was the only problem. I think that exaggerated the memory leak issue that D4 has. And that's why I see it way more often in D4 than other games. So yeah, I took this out, and things have been considerably more smooth in my system. So considering how expensive RAM is now, I could probably sell this for like a used Maserati or something. Since this is DDR5 RAM, but I guess I didn't really think about how finicky DDR5 RAM, really is in terms of like not having everything exactly like 100% matched in terms of your RAM. Because with DDR3, you can like mix and match anything. You could put like 2 RAM sticks in like a toaster strudel in like one slot and like a pancake in the other, and like you're straight. Right? But apparently with the DDR5, it's literally everything down to like the whatchamacallit is not exactly matched. You're like screwed. No, I didn't mix modules. This here is the exact same brand, exact same speed, exact same timing as the others. It's literally made by the exact same company. So like, I thought at the time, because I did it before with DDR4 and DDR3 and it was fine. So I tried to do it with this and realized that was not fine, but I didn't know that ahead of time. So if I'm going to upgrade, I need to do 4 of the exact, I need to buy 4 pieces at the exact same time, the exact same pieces. So I can't do 2 and then upgrade 2 later, sort of thing. Like even that's can be trouble or problematic. I didn't realize how finicky it was. But yeah, not a single time so far this stream I have no drop frames. I haven't had any risk of like seemingly like I was gonna lag out or anything. It's been relatively smooth. Knock on wood. So sell a kidney and buy a memory set kit. Actually, I don't really need to. It can be the same speed, but not match the chips. So do very yeah. So yeah, Black Eyed. So yeah. So I'm thinking maybe that could be the case too. But Clug, no. I think I don't really need more memory. I thought I did. I thought I needed more memory back when I was having a lot of like memory leaks with D4 when it first came out. I thought maybe I just didn't have enough memory. That's why I bought a 16 gig stick. You'd be like, okay, well now I have 48 gigs. That should be fine. But I didn't think about the whole DDR5 and the finicky stuff like that. I didn't think about that at the time. So, however, this is probably worth like, again, like, I don't know, like a jet, whatever. So if anybody wants to trade a jet for 16 gig DDR5 RAM that's like, you know, slightly used. I'm willing to make that trade. I think it's fair. I think it's a fair trade. Hey, is our secret any good this season? Yes. Yes, it is. But yeah, but y'all, for all this time, I had no idea. I did not know that was a problem. For over a year and a half now. Yep. Are you streaming in the street? Nah, man, this is my backyard. Yeah, man, I have like the whole ocean behind me, and like the moon is my personal like moon. Like I like, you know how people, you know how like the moon is, you know, does moon stuff like in you know, everyone else's world. Well, this is my own personal moon. I kind of just dab that back there. Doesn't move or anything. It's like my own personal moon. Goodbye to playthrough. The crazy thing about it is that like when you look at this setup, like obviously you know like you know it's not real, but it looks because of where the camera is and like where I'm like sitting and how I'm sitting in the video render, it looks like it could be real. Like it looks real enough to be real, but you know it's not real. But then the party is like, but maybe it's like maybe it could be.
Unexpected.
Yeah. It's kind of cool. Dad's been streaming while BBQ steaks. Yeah. I have a couple other background videos that I used to use. But this one, I think for this particular stream setup, the way I have like my stream layout, I think this one works the best. Item quality increase, really lame.
How shall I guide my hand? It is done.
Gauntlets, amulets. What are gauntlets? Yeah, might be enough gameplay for the day, guys. But I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna certify a few things. I'm not gonna throw all my mass at this because then I don't want to cry and like rage quit until next season. So we'll certify some stuff, see what we get, and then come back at it the next time. What do we got here? Oh, nothing. Try TB? Nah. I could barely. It's so hard to kind of get like one build going, like completely, unless you get like syncs that you can kind of like, you know, transfer from character to character or whatnot. But I definitely don't have that right now. So it's been kind of. Oh, I got two more I can do there. Okay, so we'll do the helms, we'll do shroud, and maybe beastfall boots. I don't know. I kind of have to get the resource though. I don't know. I mean, but if I get a grandfather in it, then you know, fuck the resource. I'll figure it out. Like I'll figure out the resource issue. But I don't know. Let's suck it.
Beautiful and handy.
You got a few more GA resources? Yeah, I'll take it.
Business, good business.
Okay, so we'll get some masterwork. Because I have the mats to at least make it hit something. Whatever. Resource regen. Okay, I'm not gonna have that. Okay, I can do that. No. All right, let me exit and come back in. Still no crashes, y'all. I even exited the game, came back into the game, loading screens, all. Still could jinx myself. I totally can jinx myself. All right, Sether. It was good seeing you, man, as always. By showing your RAM on stream, and AI somewhere in the future is now sending a Terminator back in time to track you down and steal your RAM. what a story. It almost sounds like that's what you're doing right now. That's so specific, right? I bet you're working on it right now. Thanks, Peachy. I think we can just go ahead and just like, let's do like the good boots first. Oh, I forgot. I also have some Starless guys. I need to do. All right. All right, guys. As you know, do not trust a big button to smile. That is the lesson from this song. Okay, because we all know that that girl is poison. Yeah, I guess with the GA on the maximum resource, I guess it can roll any at that point. So I guess I'm not gonna try to waste my mass on anything else. Blackadder, did you come from which raid did you come from by chance? Was it Panda, Cocosaur, or Screamheart, or Pewter? No, you was here before Pewter was. Screamheart and Coco. Okay, cool. Well, I will say I appreciate you sticking around. Like, I know that's like might be a weird thing to say, but like as a streamer, as a content creator, as someone who also like watches other streamers and stuff like that, like usually once your favorite streamer goes, it's kind of like it's kind of it, right? Like the streamer will raid someone else and be like, yeah, they'll talk him up. It's like, yo, this guy I'm about to raid too. You know, he's pretty awesome. He's got like, you know, Air Force Ones and like a, you know, Space Jam poster in the back, man. You should go check him out. You know, he's like real cool. You know, like, you know, we talk about the people that we raid, but it's like it's rare that people kind of like stick around and like chat and like, you know, that kind of thing. Like you're still less likely to. I mean, let's be honest. Like you're not gonna sit there and raid someone and then say, yo, this streamer is terrible. Like I'm about to raid to this guy, but like y'all should dip the moment I raid him. Like I mean, this guy, like. It's just bad, like bad vibes. Music's terrible, but I'm gonna rate him anyway, so I'm out. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like, you know, it's just like we always talk about the people that we kind of strain to in a sense. Not that we do it, you know, to make them better than what we think they are, but it's like, you know, like we just get kind of numb to it when the streamer says that, right? So people who actually stick around like after stuff like that's actually kind of cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, follow me from the past in PoE. Was it back in last December PoE 2? Had to be on, like around that time, I think, because that's kind of when I played a lot of PoE 2. And I was doing some solo self-found crazy stuff that people was like, oh, like you're nuts to go solo self-found. Let's see. You have a video playing Heartseeker, the one you have on Maxwell specifically? I mean, I didn't make a new video this season because the video I made last season is like the same thing. Like the gameplay is practically the same thing. The gearing is different because we had Chaos Armor last season, but the play style is the exact same. So if you want to check out my YouTube video on Heartseeker, which is literally my last video I've ever made, you could take a look at me playing it there if you want to just take a look at how it looks. Now the push variant is a little bit different. You're gonna have to probably check Matthias out for that because he has the most updated version on that because it's not the same as it was last season. But if we just want to play the in-game version, I guess have some fun doing that, then yeah. Atom quality increase. The one you uploaded season 10 2 months ago. Yeah, it's the same. The gameplay is still the same. Like the way you play Heartseeker, like regular Heartseekers, like standard Heartseeker from last season, it's the same way you play it this season. The gearing is different because it's Chaos Armor last season, but like the gameplay is the same. New affix added, total resistance. All right, so we are quality increase. New affix added. Attack speed. Oh, I think I might have. Fix affix. New affix added. All stats. Nope. Oh. New legendary power. Okay. Whoa. What we got? What we got? No. 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 Why? Oh, another legendary power added. What we got? What we got? What we got? Oh, okay. This is actually not bad. Okay. Intercom. I'll take it. This one's the vampiric curse thing. But yeah, this one's intercom. This is an upgrade. I guess I don't really stand still for that often though. So like, I mean, it's still better than nothing. Yeah, I just don't, cause like once you dash, that's it, right? I know like with like Shadow Step, you can keep intercom, right? As long as like with Shadow Step, if you Shadow Step around, I think you keep intercom if you don't move. Because can't be choosers. Yes, I can. Absolutely can. But yeah, I'm trying to think because like I think with Shadow Step you can keep intercom up the entire time. I don't think that works with dash. Where dash is too as well. I'm curious actually. Let me see. Cause I don't really walk. So we did a pit 95 pit last season. What would be the... That's kind of hard because lots of things have changed this last season in terms of like how pit is. I mean, yeah, it's kind of hard to give you a conversion, to be honest with you. I mean, you'd be able to do. I mean, let's say if you're fully if you're fully sanctified with regular Heartseeker, like fully sanctified, and you got like all the gear pieces and stuff like that. I mean, 107 ish, probably 107, 108. With standard Heartseeker. Now, of course, with the push version, you can go up to like 125, probably ish, like fully sanctified out. But that version is completely different, and it feels very different to play. Okay, so this is intercom. Yeah, move. That's what happens. Yeah, I dash and it goes away. Alright, so it doesn't. Unfortunately. Okay. I mean, it'll be useful in boss fights, I think, for sure. Like if I'm fighting a boss and I guess higher level pits, because I would be standing still at some points, just kind of just spamming. So I guess that's fine. Okay. I mean, I can make do with this. I might be missing a breakpoint though, maybe, but that's okay. All right, so we at least did get one upgrade. Oh wow, I can craft 7. I guess at this point, do I even need this one anymore then? So should I just go ahead and just salvage this? So I'm never gonna like not use the intercom one. I guess.
Precious stones to catch the light. Come and see.
I don't know why Sokka's in the Shakos. Oh, 3 Shakos. How many Shakos got? 1, 3 Shakos. Actually, might hold on. Actually, no. Some more syncing. We'll salvage.
Put those pieces to good use.
That. That.
Hammer sings on your return.
Really. Yeah. So we're at the. Do all stats is fine. It has to be attack speed. Stop giving me the crit chance. Really? Alright, what we got? What we got? Item quality. Alright. Item quality increase. Salvage.
Save some for the forge.
4 more mythics.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. Use it well.
I'm the only merchant with jewels like Akarat's blessing on that one.
So without certifications, how high can Hard Seeker reach? Just looking for a benchmark rough estimate. I have to ask questions because I don't think people are really like aware. So there's two vastly different versions.
Clyde raided my stream
wait.
with 8 views.
Yo,
Wait,
dark
hold on.
side. We just got
Drop with the
raided, son.
raid.
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What up, Krug? Appreciate you. So, Gasman, so if you're talking about the push variant, like the push variant with flurry and momentum and some other crazy type sort of things that happens there, Krug with the sub, appreciate you, sir. Without sanctifications, like maybe 110. That build you kind of really almost kind of have to have certain sanctifications for that to work. We're talking about like the standard Heart Seeker without sanctifications. 98 maybe. 97. Like sanctifications is a pretty big part of the season. Appreciate you, man. Make some Allied Blood. Free to play PvP. DH is crazy strong in it. So, question: how do you specifically do like free to play PvP per se? Like, is it like a certain like mode for that, or? Okay, thanks so much because I'm already doing hit 80 for 5 minutes plus. I think it was they're doing something wrong. No, I guess that like all the clears are a bit lower than they were in the past because of course Chaos Armors gave us so much power last season. So all the clears are going to be a little lower naturally than last season, and the only way to kind of pick that up is sanctification for the most part. So if you're comparing it to what you did like maybe before last season, then just expect it to be a little lower than it once was. Mostly. Is it worth to try to craft 2 Shroud Mythics for your 2 characters, or is it worth the hassle to always try to transfer it? To be honest with you, over time you're gonna have so many mythics as long as you keep playing and you play with friends or you get the mythic prankster or whatever like that. You're gonna get multiple shrouds, so it's kind of really up to you what you want to do with it. Also remember that pit's also nerfed, so it can still be closed. Also true. I guess saying that like without sanctification, your clear is going to be quite a bit lower than what it was last season. So sanctification kind of makes that up. Photo armor. Alright guys, let's go and oh, it's an event unless all your gyms to max unless everyone playing the same scale. Really? Oh, they added event. That's actually kind of that's really cool. Like that's really cool. Cause that yeah. That's cool that they do that. That makes playing PvP feel very fair. Alright guys, we're just gonna master work, get the very first whatever hits. Okay. To get certifications of I'm actually kind of somewhat happy about at least the intercom one. I mean, that's something. I wonder if I should just do like shadow step instead of dash so I can keep up my my stacks or whatever. But then again, I have to like evade out anyway, which means I'll lose intercom no matter what. A couple of them that roll maximum resources. Base value in what? Oh yeah. I always get the 10%. Yeah, so yeah, I will always have that. That's why I say like it's something, right? Like you know, it's still better. It's still far better than anything else I've gotten. So I can't really complain. Okay, here we go. Quality. New affix added. Armor. Affix replaced. Wait, what was replaced? Okay, ultimate damage was replaced. No, ultimate cooldown was replaced with total resistance. New affix added. You know, I actually would wear that if like the movement speed wasn't so like abysmal. You know, I'll hold on to that as like a just in case. Graphics added. Let's do this. So that's actually not awful either. That's replace physical damage. Upgraded to greater affix. No. Graphics added. Poison again. Quality increase. Graphics added. Place poison. Boy, it limits some poison. Can I explain the bug? Is it because of Orphan Maker? Orphan Maker doesn't. It's not Orphan Maker. It's basically whenever you cast Shadow Clone, like when you physically hit the button to cast Shadow Clone, the attack right after you cast Shadow Clone makes your clone deal like 10 times more damage for that one attack after you cast. But it has to be literally right after you cast it. And it works for more than just Heartseeker. The push variant basically abuses that by trying to do it every attack to be that. That's why it looks so foreign compared to like the regular standard Heartseeker. Oof. Honestly, if you're not trying to like go for like a top 5 leaderboard spot or something like that, like if you're not trying to fish and like, you know, spend that kind of time for like a true push, you know, hours and hours into doing that, like I wouldn't bother with it. If you notice, the leaderboards look very kind of anemic right now because a lot of people don't really want to play this setup. It's not user friendly. I'll put it that way. So if you don't see yourself pushing or doing a lot of that stuff, like the long drawn out pits or like that, then don't do the push variant. But if that is important to you, like if that is important to you and third party leaderboards is something that really motivates you, then yeah, you're gonna have to do it.
See some steel you need?
Okay. I guess what else do I want to try? Sanctified. That won't make me cry. Huh. Yeah. I guess I could do all the what are cons? Get out the way, see what happens. Problem with the Word of Hook cons is that I have to nail the GA on the Rain of Veils cooldown. Otherwise, most of these aren't usable. So even though I don't have the GA on cooldown on these Word of Hook cons, I can still make use of them as long as I masterwork the cooldown on, or they masterwork the GA. Yeah, thanks for just curious. Yeah, man, you're welcome. No problem. I'm not saying don't. I tend to kind of be the person that like, make people kind of prevent people from wanting to play. I just kind of know the general audience and like how they like to play builds. Piano builds is not something that people tend to like too much. So it is a piano build. Plus is really clunky. So I just kind of give like a disclaimer, I guess. You might like it. I just kind of see a lot of the audience, maybe not. Anything from Beast Fall Slam? Nope. Nothing. The best thing I got was like 123 decks, I think, or something like that. Actually, I need to go ahead and
Yes, I have wares. I hope you appreciate that.
this should be the last thing I slam before I go tonight. What's the best aspect of for your place? You can see that I got max roll on your bow from Synced. What build are you playing? I'm assuming Heartseeker. Oh, Rain of Arrows. Get a max roll on your bow from Synced. Cold Clip. There's Cold Clip. You still got. So there's red. Oh no, there's red. Okay. Do you have Retribution? Retribution, Behemoth. For her. If you don't have one of those three, I would use one of those three. If you have all three of those, then go Accelerating. Behemoth is on the sword. Apologetic essays. Okay, so you got Behemoth, you got Retribution. Do you have Apologetic for her? Okay, yeah, use that then.
Beautiful and
But congrats on getting conceded, though. You're welcome. How are you enjoying Rain of Arrows, by the way? Okay, so I have to land Rain of Arrows cooldown. So I'm gonna have to spend some Neanthrin on these now. So I have to hit that. Loving it. Now that you have the resources right, yeah. It's fun. You feel Element of Fate feels like a trap aspect much worse than previous version. Could it be much worse or much better? It has a chance to go in either direction, no? But honestly, it's just like it's there just because like I was, kind of running out of other aspects to use for some builds. Like I would never imprint Elemental Fate on anything. But if I get it as like as a Sanct, I'm not upset. Yeah, I gotta do better with getting the cooldown. There we go. Should have gone with COE since you're on D3 now. Yeah, pretty much. I agree. This cooldown on like the gloves actually might come in handy, considering what I'm doing now. Got a rope down. Stop it. Go. Cool down. There you go. I spent about 40, a little over 40 of these mats to do how many? $19. So 40 mats for 19. Chances for saying okay. Alright. And some of these damage versus distance is pretty low, like this one is pretty low. I don't know why I kept this one. Alright, here we go. Graphics added. Movement speed. That was my damage is so low too. Think about it. It's gotta be like a baller aspect for this to like end up being better. Aspect or, you know, color skies, whichever one wants to do it first. Fix replace. Life on hit. New legendary power added. What is it? What is it? What is it? No. Killing a vulnerable enemy grants you 99% increased energy regen. I think I got that before. I've gotten this like 3 times. 2 on the Starless Skies and 1 on the Word Con. Placed. Resource cost. Legendary power added. What is it? What is it? What is it? It's a close quarters combat one. It's a defensive one. Dodge chance increases by 7%. GG. Graphics added. Man, amulets are so hard because you got all those utilities that can roll as well. It feels like you're just destined to like not get an offensive one. Because you can get defense, utility, all that stuff on there. Quality increase. Legendary power added. What we got? What we got? What we got? No. Damage in the elite enemy grants you a barrier. Oh, another one, another one. What we got? What we got? Ah, really? That's such a low. Why is it? Why is the roll that low for accelerating? $37.5 is the top end for accelerating on an amulet. What's accelerating normally? Isn't it like 30?
Neither good nor evil.
Or 20? Was it 25, 30? Yeah, 30. So what did I get 37.5? That's like
Bright aura.
why is that so low?
Soul.
Yeah, it is a 750 amulet. That's probably why. Cause like, yeah. So like, if this were to roll like 37%, something like that, I'd probably use it because it would be a slight upgrade, slight. But full damage, greater affix, greater affix. Alright, so I just gotta get lucky with like a mythic then, because like if my aspects are gonna roll like that, it may not be worth. Might have just like get lucky. All right, that is tonight's Sanct. What else is left for me to like go for the evening that I don't? So I do definitely need to redo my weapons. I haven't even tried to do, and this one messed up. Look at that. This one I got crit. It replaced an affix for crit chance and ended up screwing up my stuff because that was Dex. It replaced Dex for crit chance. I have yet to fix it just because I've just been lazy. Why isn't there a link screen that I can copy and paste Paragon boards? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Okay. It's kind of it. All I got is really my legendary stuff here, and I guess a ring. Yeah. Don't give me gem strength. I probably should do the all res one in that slot. Now that I think about it, gem strength. Bro, I'm always like do this here for the gem strength. All right, so the best thing I got so far was the intercom on the Starless, which is not great for the content I usually play, but it would be beneficial on like the tower pushes, because I mean, since rain has a slow trajectory, that by the time I'm standing still and most of the arrows will hit, I should be able to get that buff by the time like most of the arrows start hitting on those. That is if I'm still able to stand still long enough, but we'll see. All right, yeah, we'll hit this later. Yes. Retried though. Retried. It's still 10% bump. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's something, right? It's better than nothing, which is what I had on it before. So I will concede with that. And this one had dex. So like this one got 224 dex on it, which is actually kind of nice. But like that, but man, that movement speed hit. Like, granted, I don't really run a lot. I dash a lot. But oh, and this give me right at 150 energy, so that's actually kind of perfect. Literally right at 150. So I want to take the movement speed hit for 224 dex. Answer is yes. That's like probably like, I don't know, 8% more damage, maybe a little bit more next. I don't have a lot of dex. Like this didn't roll the dex here. I'm missing dex here. Yeah, so I guess this value is probably worth a base intercom, or maybe slightly more. All right, guys, we gotten a tad bit stronger. We'll take that. The biggest W, honestly, this stream has been me not crashing. I have not crashed. My encoders were never overloading at any point in the stream for like no apparent reason. So I think we might have solved the issue. Can you tell me why in your Hearthstone could build Eldris, Canny, Tree? You barely bought any Intel nodes since Canny has an Intel bonus. Because it's additive damage. The more you only get enough Intel to activate the glyph, and that's it. Anything more than that is just additive damage, which is not really worth. Compared to like, let's say, putting like getting all the dex nodes for a headhunter, like that's important. And also it's dex. Intel doesn't really do anything for you. So now, of course, if you're like Paragon 300 and you're maxed out and you want to throw in like, you want to add every little point of additive damage, then sure. But like same thing with control. Control is it's in the same boat. Like you don't want to max that out. Unless you just have nowhere else to put points, basically. Because you have so much additive damage that doesn't really matter. It's more important to get to the legendary nodes and like the other glyphs and stuff than it is to max out that. All right, let's grade out. Actually, let me go to task manager, see what stuff looking like. We did good. We did good tonight, fam. We did good. All right. Well, I am hoping that this means that hopefully this means that this is good looking out for the future in terms of my stream, and it living through the entire time I choose to stream. I also said it earlier too in the channel, but I'm saying it again. I'm probably gonna end up going forward, especially with the season kind of like dying down a little bit. Probably 3 days a week, maybe 4 days a week. Just kind of depends. I've been really fame. Yeah, that's where I was gonna go actually. I already had it queued up. Yeah, 3 days a week, maybe 4, just because like I'm pretty busy, a bit more busy than I used to be. So, at the very least 3 days a week. At the most 4 days a week. So we'll just kind of see. There's a wish for it, I don't know. But I'm gonna try to do like every other day sort of thing. So if it's like maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, or Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, if I do 4. So it'll be something like that. Just so therefore I can not feel so burnt out from like working all day and then also streaming too as well. I haven't played D4 since launch. Would it be worth jumping back into? Oh yeah. Yeah. This season, yes. Yes. The game is way different than what it was on launch. Like you would actually have some fun playing it this season because there's so much has changed since then. And the Paladin. If you ever played D2 and you like the Paladin, then you should definitely play it now. And yeah, enjoy Fame. I will see y'all. What was today? Friday. I'll see y'all Sunday. With that being said, yeah, have a good one, and as always, till next time.